hello. Hi, Psyduck. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Bosnian boy, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you, thank you. Hello, Lorient. I'm doing well, thank you. How's my evening? Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Today I did a bit of work. I did a little bit of aquarium cleaning, in the sense that, well, most of the maintenance I have to do at this point, which is thankfully very low, is just every once in a while I will fish out, you know, the loose bits swimming at the surface, which is, it's just a really easy way to like get out a bunch of like extra nutrients, you know? Because like, you know, like when the goldfishies like rip out leaves or whatnot, just like, you know, making sure those get removed instead of decaying. And I also talked to my friend a bit more about Saturday, which is when we will finish up this room. What else did I do? A little bit of thinking about my bed, because I have concluded that I think the only way for me to have a truly comfortable sleeping position is if I had a bed frame that's like adjustable, you know, or I really want to like sleep with like my upper body like elevated, you know, because I find like every pillow super uncomfortable for some reason. But the problem is when I lie completely flat, my nose gets like all stuffy. And so I would like to like basically like use no pillow or a very flat pillow, but still have like my upper body elevated. Yep, sinus issues, exactly. And so yeah, so I was just kind of looking into what I could do there. I know there's like, you know, actual toppers or wedge pillows, but the thing is, those just kind of cover your mattress and have a really good mattress. And so I was like kind of looking into like, you know, I could buy a new bed for a new like you know, one of those like slat frames, but those are like super expensive. And so I was kind of like, you know, doing some theoretical planning, like, oh, but what if I like, you know, was to do some sawing at the right position and then like, you know, put in some kind of hinge, you know? Well, the thing is, I have a good bed. Aside from that one thing, I have a really good and expensive bed, so I don't want to just get something new, you know? What about sleeping on the side? I never know where to put my arm then. I craft stuff myself sometimes. This is something that my friend would have to help me with too, because I don't even have the necessary equipment for that. But I do enjoy the theory crafting, and I do also enjoy the doing it, but I would not trust myself to do it well. How you doing, Drew? But yeah, I mean, I could get, like, you know, an adjustable frame, but the thing is, they're just so expensive. Well, the problem is, like, when you're sleeping on your side, you kind of have to, like, lay down on your arm, and it's kind of awkward. I'm doing well, thank you. Just, you know, like, haven't been sleeping super well, and... What is sleep number? What's that supposed to be? Oh, it's just like a brand, okay. Probably doesn't exist here because I've never heard of it. Let me switch back to the stream theme. Oh, it regulates temperature too. I don't think I need that. I just have a heating pad, which I use rarely. It sounds like overkill. No, if you have a good mattress, it doesn't matter what your sleep position is. If you have, like, you know, memory foam or something, you can lay on in any position and it'll just, like, adjust to your spine. Liverpool or Arsenal? I have no idea what that means. I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. I cannot pick without knowing what that means. Are these, like, sports teams, or... The less sleep you get, the more awake you are. Well, that's kind of, obvious, right? Okay, they're football teams. I mean, I don't know. I don't watch football. Is this about betting, or why do you need me to pick one? Like, am I the human equivalent of a coin flip? I don't know. Arsenal, I guess, because a pool of liver sounds uncomfortable. It's as good a reason as any, right? They were the champs. Huh, well, I don't know that. I don't watch football. Let me see. Is everything currently functional? Because if so, there's two things we could do. One thing we could do would be to introduce a concept of last read messages. Or we could do a few things. We could do last read messages, we could do notifications, or we could look into FMAP. Because now that I'm reminded of it, I want to see whether we can use it. What an if statement we have here. Yeah, so the problem is that, you could, in theory, do a switch statement here. The problem is, the protobuf library we're using is, like, not that great. And so, even if you were to use a switch statement here, you would still have to assert this because it's just not very strongly typed here. And sure, I could patch the library even more and make it so we could use a switch statement, but who cares, you know? Eventually, probably. If it works, it works, exactly. Like, if this here is gonna be, like, you know... If this here is still around when we get close to any kind of release, then I will do that. But for now, it's just kind of whatever, you know? You invested in a backlight system for your TV. Is that, like, more than just a light on the back of the TV? Or, like, you know... Does that react to what's actually happening on the TV? If it's dynamic lighting, that would be I mean, I feel like it would probably have to be, right? Otherwise, I feel like calling it a backlight system is a bit, I don't know, it's just a light then, right? Like, you just put, like, an LED strip or something. Oh, not maybe not a misnomer, but, like, an exaggeration, let's put it that way. It's not much of a system if it's just, like, an LED strip, right? Yeah, let's shake on it, yeah. Okay, I'm kind of keen on trying out the FMAP thing. Let's see whether we can refactor the entirety of our state. After all, I did contribute to this library ages ago, so let's see. Let's see what we can do with this. You only have a single verified email address, shut up. Yeah, this is the one I ended up using in the previous project. Left, right. Ah, the memories. The memories. They react to what's going on the screen via a sensor. What kind of sensor? Like, are they connected to the TV directly? Or what kind of sensor is that? Daisy. My Daisy. My Daisy. Oh, every key maps to a collection of values. Okay. That's actually really useful for us, I think. Probably. I think that's actually why I ended up doing the left-right thing, to have like a single value map and like a multi-value map. Oh, okay, so that's a camera, okay. I know a lot of the LED strips have like microphones built in so they can react to the sound. That'd be cool, but at the same time you'd hate that. That's fair, yeah. Let me know how it goes. I'm super curious, like, how good that tech is. How much did you have to spend for that? No, I only even know that because I looked into LED strips quite a bit because I am getting some for the background when it's finally fully done. Which, again, should be on Saturday. Hopefully, probably. Interesting that it's an alpha. Is there like a changelog or something, or...? I'm just gonna install it and see how it goes. Alright, so let's see, what do we actually need for that? We basically want to replace... Roughly $100 on Amazon because you have a big TV, but you found an open box on eBay for half the price. Nice. Yeah, let's look at the docs. What are the requirements for the value types? So the single writer, multiple reader is perfect for us because we only have one writer. thanks to some of the preceding refactors. We have... Ah, I remember this. I remember this shallow copy. I think I ended up... Yeah, fmap... Wait, wasn't that written by me? Wasn't fmap derive written by me? Is that in here, or... Where is that derived macro? Is it in the docs here? fmap derive. I want to say that was written by me. Wait, but this links to fmap. Wait, what? I'm actually confused now. Where is the code for that? I think I wrote this. Why not get a pull and then look through the Sorry, I don't understand the question. How many repos do you have? Maybe I can find it in his repos. He probably has a lot of repos. I couldn't even see the list of his repositories. Oh, GitHub is so intuitive. I don't apologize. I'm sorry for not understanding what you meant. Hey, Shamanic, how are you? Maybe it's underscore? No. Dash? No, I don't know where it is. Thank you, Weeda boys. You just saw the YouTube short, 10 out of 10. Thank you. Which one? The one about comments was relatively controversial, but I'm okay with that. Apparently, people really like leaving explanatory comments. Yes, schizophrenic. You're considering porting your game to a proper engine. Do you know which one you would choose? The last you remember was that guy going mental at HTMX. Yeah, no, I've mostly been releasing like shorts, not videos as much. I think videos make more sense to do them from like reaction content, you know? I do also like upload my streams to YouTube now. But I feel like, you know, longer videos more make sense from like reaction streams. I haven't done one of those in a while. Cause this has just been so exciting, you know? Wait, so this isn't... Okay, so I'm trying to understand how this works again. Does this one here also use shallow copy? So things definitely happened here, you know, post me using it and looking at it, so... Let's look at left-right first. I think that's much more important to understand. Hello, Eigen Torres. How are you? Maybe Godot, you're also considering Unity, as you know it's slightly better. And you have lots of friends in VR, and it would make porting a version of it to a VR arcade machine viable. Does Godot not support VR? Yes, fine talk. Ameliorated? John, what does that even mean, ameliorated? Gallic, thank you for the follow. How are you? I hope you're having a good day. Ameliorated. Oh my goodness. The VR arcade machine idea you're talking about is in VR chat, which is based in Unity. Okay. So not like VR in general, but VR chat. Okay. You just fixed this one method that opens Excel files using OLDB connection from 140 lines to 39 lines. What is OLDB connection? A marathon of Hadoop and Spark and Python debugging that began last Friday. That sounds fun. A fanatical Godot supporter. How were they fanatical? Alright, let's read this. You have, an operational log time. Oh, this is so nostalgic. I remember using this years ago. This is so nostalgic. Ah, I32 can absorb changes of type counter add op. You're a cube in an arena trying to get a ball for points, but oh yeah, you talked about this, yeah. Did you? Yeah, I never got a chance to look at that game, Shamanic, because I think you had to go. Then when you posted it, I asked you whether I was supposed to mute it, like whether I had like loud sounds or anything like that. But I think you had to go. Oh, well, it sounds like they enjoyed a lot then, Eigen Tourist. I'm kind of starting to remember how this works. Because there's 2 copies of the type being kept. A right handle, okay. Oh, and right is the right handle, right. Okay, the read handle is clonable, okay. It has sounds are not loud, but I'm able to turn them down. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Let's have a look at it. Here. Okay, well this can only mute it, so let's see. Okay, escape does not do anything. I will just play muted for now. Quiet. It's a bit strange that when you mute the game and you get into game, then it unmutes. Whoa! Oh my god! Oh, what is happening? Okay, it is not, I think it's kind of crashing. Okay, I can... Oh, it doesn't support my keyboard layout! Oh, because I have, like, Dvorak. Hold on. W, S... Where's D? Here's D. Okay, I would have to play this with my custom keyboard layout. Oh, you can use arrows? Oh, it's so laggy! I'm assuming that's the renderer just kind of, like, not being very finalized yet. And so you have to catch the cubes, basically. Okay, I get it. Oh my god! Yeah, the background is dying, yeah. What's this? I have 8 seconds of something now. Oh my god. Like, when it switches between the backgrounds, it, like, hard dies. Oh yeah, like, the gameplay itself works. It's strange that, like, it resizes somehow. And it's playing itself. What is this anyway? Oh, F to activate. Oh, you can jump. Yeah, the resize is a bit strange. It's still pretty cool that you made this from scratch. Shift to activate. Oh, it makes me faster. Oh my goodness, I'm so fast. But yeah, I think the background is like what needs the most work because it's like hard. It's like lagging the browser tab. And so you said you made these background shaders too, right? F1 to open debug menu. Ooh. And you can like, oh my goodness, you can change everything here. Hello, Rob, how are you? You're attributing the original shaders on the right-hand side. You adapted a lot of them. That makes sense, yeah. Yeah, I feel like if you can fix the lag and like the resizing, it's gonna be really cool. And so you need to be, okay, T needs to be absorb and default. Okay. Interesting. What happened behind me doing an overhaul? One that has been way too long in the making now because the furniture planner's fucked up quite a bit. That story will hopefully conclude this Saturday. You sort of patched together your own engine to make it happen, but now you're dealing with enough complexity. Oh, definitely. Yeah, no, you are definitely at the point that having like a framework, in your case an engine, to give you like a set of sane defaults would be super helpful to you. Alright, so I do kind of understand what this does. Thank you, Rob. And now you go back to zoning out? Why? What if I don't let you? Because you're tired. It is 2039. You don't get to be tired. So we probably don't want to have to clone the entire state here. What can you say? Say you'll stay. Right, and it said that, yeah, so the value, so the key needs to be clonable, and the value needs to be shallow copy, okay. You need a nap? No, you need to stay here and talk to me and then get some proper sleep tonight. That's what you need. Okay, that's fine. Be Pete. Ground be Pete. This is sleep time? Is it? When do you have to be up? You did an 18-hour workday yesterday. That sounds like a lot. It is Wednesday, yeah. Hello, Ewo. Is sleep memory safe if it's written in Rust? Oh, you're sorry. When you see, I'm that much of a nerd. When you said sleep, I was thinking about thread sleep. Normal Corpo times, but like, you have to be up at 4. Seems unnecessary. If it runs in your brain, there is no language that will ever make it safe. Don't be so sure. The map is implemented using 2 regular hash maps, an operational log, epoch counting, and some pointer magic. Every time a read has accessed the pointer, they increment the local epoch counter, and they update it again when they have finished the read. Ah. The writer atomically swaps the reader pointer to point to the other map. It then waits for the epochs of all current readers to change, and then replays the operational log to bring the stale map up to date. Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Now you're curious. Well, I'm not saying that right now there is something you could safely run in a human's brain, but I feel like once we get to the point, once science and humanity gets to the point that we can run code on humans' brains, we will also develop specific programming languages for it. Options. What options are there? What is a meta value? Hello, George. How are you? Brain matter. That's a good name for it. I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Oh, Daisy's getting in there. She's getting in there. My goodness. So just to compare to dash map, what dash map gives us is basically transparent logging. Right? Yeah, and so this does do locking. So when basically anytime you do like an insert or get mute or something, you do end up locking the map. How many usages of dash map do we have for only 20? Okay, no. Not actually that many. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here. Another 3 here. Interesting. You're not running anything written in Haskell in your brain? One day. One day I will get into Haskell. One day. Does this even need to be public? I see, okay. I mean, but this is only used from... Oh, I see. Okay, I see. That's why we do this. Yeah, okay, that's starting to make sense. And so let me take another look at the shallow copy thing. Because that's, I feel like, what this library all comes down to. And I haven't fully understood it yet. Ah, okay, so this is called copy value, but it's really a clone value. Wait, but this is... Well, that's weird. Why does it only implement if T is copy, so what does this even do? Aliasing the data they contain. Yeah. If you have a non-copy type, the value returned by this should point to the same data as the mute self. Okay. Ah, right. So this exists because there are no internal mutations here. Okay, I'm starting to understand, I think. Mm-hmm. So that's why this needs to be unsafe, because it basically bypass. This is basically just a trade to bypass the borrow checker. Yeah, and you can also use like an arc, right? Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Does it have to be copy for this? I don't understand why it needs to be copy for this to work. Hmm. I wonder whether we can like start by cutting down the number of maps we have, because we have like so many. So the connections here are for... So the sessions are the local sessions, and the connections are whether they have any sessions on other nodes. And we do need to keep track of the sessions just to... But that doesn't really have to be staged, does it? Let's see whether Flume has something built in for this. Because I know Flume has like broadcasts and such, so I wonder whether we can do... Because sessions only exists for... I mean, this exists for two purposes. It exists, one, to send a message to every connected WebSocket session of a user. Hey Perseus, how are you? And it exists to determine whether the user is currently coming online or going offline. If we can get rid of the... multicasting, basically, and implement that using Flume somehow, that means this map here could be entirely local to this bit of code here. I don't think that there's going to be anything called Nitro in any software I build. The fact that they call it Nitro is, I don't know. Everything Discord does is cringe. Hello, Typical, how are you? Bistro. I'm sure you can come up with something better than that. Hey, Armales, how are you? Petro. Okay, that's better, that's better. Tired but good, that's relatable. Alright, so... I know there's some way of doing like multicasts with Flume. Just have to figure out how that works. What's my WPM? It's like 120. No, it doesn't need to rhyme with Nitro. No. Hey, Jay. Okay, so we create a... Oh, no. I think what you would do is you would just create a... You would just create a channel per user. But then that would have to be... It says do not communicate by sharing memory, but I feel like that would then have to be shared memory again, right? The senders. Because if we make a channel per user, hey, the Fort DJ, don't I work with Ruby? I do at work, but I haven't been streaming my work much just because it's been a lot of code review and stuff like that. When Maya is typing, time stops. Nice. We'll see, maybe I'll do some work streaming tomorrow just because I do have some bigger chunks of coding to do. Hey Roots, hey I'm sleeping, how are you? You got reprimanded by your manager for talking to the UX team and going ahead with a rewrite of an older piece of code that you needed to update. Wait, why did you get reprimanded? Neither of those sound like bad things. Initiative is frowned upon, it's a bank. Oh no. If time stops when I start typing, that would allow for writing an infinite amount of code, but it might also create some unpredictable side effects when I stop typing. Still exciting. You were debugging some issue on Jenkins, and in the end you found it was some authentication issue on SMTP. So like mail sending was failing them. I mean... Okay, let me try something. We can get rid of... I think this will be a step in the right direction. If we go here, and we just say, how about we get rid of this stash map and we just do a sender here and a receiver here too. Oh, that means we can't derive default. Do we have to derive default? Why do we have to derive default? Okay, fine. I'll just create it manually. There's so many skips here anyway. It'll be easier to not do it, I think. Here. Okay, so this now needs to map to U64, string, bool, option U32. Status? Don't think that's gonna work. Yeah, but we can make it an I32. The job was saying success, but you didn't receive the email. Oh, so it was like swallowing the air or something. But so like, what was your actual reprimand? What did he like yell at you for? Hello, Hema. How are you? Okay, so no, this gets deconstructed to ID, name, password, admin, banned until status. So this becomes name, this becomes ID. This also becomes ID, and then we need a new user. Oh, so it's just straight up can't derive default for... Oh. And there's no default skip, right? Yeah, no, people have been wanting this, but it's not possible. Netstebug, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. You're doing fine, I'm happy to hear it. Smart default. Oh, okay. Well, let's see how annoying I mean, do I just want to do that? Do I just want to do that? I mean, I guess we just... No, I guess we can't even do that at all. Yeah, I don't actually think this is possible. Hello, Lily. How are you? Alright, I'll just spell them out. ID, name, password, admin, banned until status, groups, okay, and we create a channel here. Does RUST have member-wise default values? Unfortunately not. That would be very convenient, but it doesn't. That's basically what I'm missing here. Just a private message that this behavior is not okay and to always involve the team first. Very corpo, yeah. Does anybody work on Angular? I tried it, I didn't like it. I guess this one here can just stay pub banned until option U32. Which will make this less unhappy. Yeah, that's true. You can do a custom impl of default, but the truth is there's just no valid defaults to use here. Status. Why is this unhappy? What am I supposed to use instead? Oh, try from, right? Or no, it's like status, try into. There. Hello, Signal. How are you? How about we do like this to like reduce nesting? User there. What? No, here, like this. What you mean? What you mean? Here. There we go. Okay. So you need... What do you need? So we create a channel here. Which is literally just this. Yeah, because never do we want to send a message to a particular session from outside anyway, so that works. So this becomes sender TX, or let's just call it these sender and receiver. Then we don't have to rename. Sender, receiver. What else do we need? Friends is dash set new. What else? Can you just fill the rest in for me? Yes, thank you. Oh, that's so convenient. That is so convenient. Today's therapy went by too fast. Sounds like it was productive, though. Your time was micromanaged until the company finally went bankrupt. Now the old CEO is gone and suddenly you get to call a lot more shots. Oh, so the company went bankrupt, but it's still, like, around? Oh, you said the assets were sold to the highest bidder? I mean, if the company went bankrupt, then the CEO shouldn't have gotten a payout, right? The new leadership so far seems better, that's good. Oh, that's cool! Derive new, that sounds cool. That sounds very useful. Alright, so this now needs to be... user... I mean, this can literally just... this can be easier. This can just be user banned until unwrap or default. Yeah! And you're unhappy because... oh no. Wait, what? What? That seems all kinds of wrong doing that here. That seems complete... that seems very wrong doing that here. I don't think we want to do that here. I think we want to create a message for that. Let's do user equals 9. What do we need? We need the ID. We need a name. We need a password for now. Yeah, let's see what else. Nothing. So this just becomes state send event proto... no. What? How do I normally do this? State event user state proto user, and then just all of this. And then we don't even need the default thing. Oh, wait. Question mark. And then all of this. Am I streaming on other platforms? I'm also streaming on YouTube. Bankruptcies in your place usually have low consequence. They're essentially no-fault decisions, as legally it's hard to properly prove who sunk the company. Well... wait, the debt gets cancelled by the court? But like, you still have to first distribute, like, the assets to, like, the, what are they called? People who, like, hold the debt? Creditors. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm describing a liquidation. Really? I thought that's like the definition of bankruptcy right there. Okay, so this becomes event. Jackie, it's Jackie, little Jackie. You can liquidate or you can restructure. But like if you restructure, then you don't sell it off and give the money to the CEO, right? Like I don't think that's what restructuring is, right? I feel like debts are only cancelled after assets are sold off and given to the creditors, right? Like how do you I don't think you're supposed to cancel debts without first liquidating. Companies would bid on a failing company. Yeah, but the proceeds go to the creditors, not to the CEO. So put this here, and we do... I mean, I think exactly what we had here, really. There. And we do this elsewhere too, no? Yeah, we do exactly the same thing here. Event username. Oh, name. Dash map. Oh, so like, it's not that the CEO got like the actual proceeds of the sale, but he still got his salary paid. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. That makes sense. But not like as in like the company gets sold for $1 million and he gets $1 million. He gets like a reasonable salary, basically. Ah, they move money into other investments. Okay. No, that makes sense, yeah. Now I know what you mean, Short, yeah. Thank you for clarifying. Just call this user, it's probably less confusing. I mean, we can even just do or insert, right? Just like this, right? Because then we don't need like the match here. And then we just return the user ID here, right? That's what we do. Something like that. Oh, I can't. Oh, the problem is I can't wait. Okay, that's fine then. That's fine. We do it like this then. You want me to teach you, Scion? What do you want me to teach you? I'm happy to teach you if you tell me what to teach you. Self-DB. And you are... Ah, we need to map here. Right. Okay, so we're mostly happy now. And then here we just need to do, if this thing contains key, return error conflict. This goes away, this goes away. Kapow. Good. We don't need the database here then, which is good. Do we ever need the database here then? This shouldn't need it, right? Yeah, we don't. So that means the database can be wholly owned by the state, which is cool. Which is very cool. So this can go away entirely. And which makes sense too. Nothing outside of the state should be... The DB only exists to be like a persistent representation of the state. So it makes sense for it to be owned by the state. Yeah, of course, nothing that's discussed here is legal advice. I mean, I'm not gonna say no one here is a lawyer, but I'm certainly not a lawyer, and generally speaking, you probably shouldn't listen to people on the internet for legal advice. So for every user, right now, we create a... Well, how about we just do, impl user pub, or just do fn new. Just do it like this, right? Oh, we can even just create that here. We can just create that here. IDU64, name string, password string, that's the only things that we know for sure. And then we just copy over this entire thing here. You can even call it self to be fancy. Then we move over the channel to and all of these just become default. And then here we just do use. I think we should just be able to do user new ID, name, password. Yeah! Put it up here too to make it look extra nice. Am I not allowed to do that? Okay, never mind. Put it at the bottom. Put it at the bottom. That's real fancy, Armalis. Your legal advice is always consult with a professional law firm. That is the only good legal advice you're gonna get on the internet. Rust is so good. Honestly, Rust is like the crack of programming languages. And I don't mean the ass crack, I mean the good crack. And so this just then just becomes user new, user ID, user name, user password. Wait until Swift's language is so weird though. Or like the syntax, I don't know. It is not as weird as Go, but it has very strange particularities. I don't know, I feel like the lifetimes are what make Rust good. Like, they are why it's good, I feel like. Sure, they take a while to wrap your head around, but they are so good. Okay, so this becomes get moot. And so this then is user banned until event until some. No. Yes. No. I mean, this doesn't need to be an option though. Unwrap or default. See, the nice thing is, I have aphantasia, so I can say whatever I want and I'll never have to imagine it myself. Hello, Roger, how are you? You're a big C fan and you've heard a lot of Rust hype. Do I think it's worth learning Rust? Well, let me ask you this. If you're a big C fan, what makes you even consider using something else? And so this then just becomes user sender send. Hello, boo. Okay, and this here is unhappy because... Oh yeah. Nice. Very nice. Now. That means we want to keep our own map of sessions per user here. That is local to... How do we do that in a way that is not super annoying? You guess mostly the unsafeness. So you're kind of like wanting to have a bit more static checking, which I totally understand. Static checking is amazing. So, if you're wanting the compiler to yell at you a bit more when you're doing something unsafe, then Rust, I think, is a great choice. Just be ready for a bit of a learning curve. Rust subverts a lot of the expectations that you might have as a C programmer. Shamanic, that means a lot to me. Thank you for saying that. That's very sweet of you. So yes, if that is specifically what you want, I think Rust is an amazing choice. You're looking at this and it's gibberish. That makes sense. If there's something in particular you want explained, I'm happy to explain it, but I would say it takes a couple of days or however long for the Rust board shaker to click. Because, like, you know, you see the ampersand and you want to intuitively apply all the things that you know about C references to it, and they just don't apply. Borrows are deceptively similar to references, but they are not references. So it just takes a while for it to click, but once it does click, it is so amazing. Right, and that means we don't actually create this here. That's what that means. Right. 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 This means all we need per user is a count. A borrow is where you get to reuse a variable as a different type. I don't know that I would put it that way. The term borrow only really makes sense in the context of Rust's memory model. It's not a cast, no. It is, in very simple terms, in Rust, every bit of memory belongs to someone. When you instantiate a struct. So almost everything in Rust, by default, lives on the stack. So when you instantiate a struct in Rust, it lives on the stack, and that means it belongs to the function that created it. It can pass this bit of memory into another function, therefore passing ownership of that bit of memory to that function. It can also borrow it to another function, which is roughly akin to passing by reference. However, while it is borrowed, you cannot do things to that piece of memory. Like, you cannot mutate it in ways that would be unsafe while it is borrowed. You can also mutably borrow it, which comes with more restrictions. It is hard to really... You cannot really compare it to any other programming languages because Rust's memory model is entirely unique. It is locked, but at compile time. It is not like a runtime mutex borrow or anything like that. It is more that at compile time, the borrow checker is making sure that you are not doing anything that would be unsafe at runtime. And that is kind of what makes it so cool, is that it is kind of a lock, but fully at compile time. So ultimately it compiles down to, you know, see like references and whatnot, but at compile time there is a lot more context. I'm not sure it would be. It compiles down to normal LLVM stuff. All of this only really exists at compile time. And so this just becomes user receiver clone. Aha. Hey Astagos, how are you? Rust is good, and if you're familiar with any C, C++, Java, C# langs, you can... I'm not sure that's true. Because the way it works is very different from those languages. So I do think that, you know, if you know one of those languages that you mentioned, you can probably read all of those others, but there will still be a bit of a learning curve associated with Rust, just because of how different the memory model is. So this one here we just don't even need. Oh, I guess this just becomes even, self send or send. And we don't even need a... No, we do need a clone. Hold on, this makes more sense to take it owned though. So it doesn't need to clone. So you become a clone. Your clone. Your clone. This removes the reference, the borrow. That's good. Remove all of these borrows. Because there's no point in passing in borrows only to then clone. And that would just be stupid. Add server message. Server message. How? Oh. I see. There are some of them where we want to clone. Okay, fine. Fine, I'll do it manually. I'll do it manually. Wait, isn't this here just conversation send message? Why is this here? Conversation send message, yeah. Simply saying lead is giving you the crepes. Well, it's nice to not have to specify the types everywhere. Know that taking a reference to a value or borrowing it doesn't mean that it will compile to be a pointer. Often the compiler can be smart and there won't even be a pointer. The compiler is so smart, honestly. That's what makes Rust so cool, is how smart the compiler is. Alright, a lot less cloning happening now, which is good. Now, we need some reliable way, and it can be local to this, kind of, somehow, to... I mean, probably just its own dash map, right? I'll do it for now just because it's a simple solution. Let's do... I think so, yeah. Start simple, improve it later. Do... app data. Dash... oh. No, we don't want to clone the dash map, right? Do we? Hold on. How does is dash map clonable or no? I forget. No, I don't think you want to clone it. Then you want an arc to it, right? Oh, it's not even just about performance. I know that it doesn't, like, necessarily improve performance, but it's nice to not have to write it out. Let's do let's connections equals dash map new web data new dash map new U64 atomic U16. That should be good. I guess it doesn't even need to be atomic then, though. There's probably some better way of doing that. Huh? What do you mean? Oh, it is to be here. Yeah, okay. Connections clone. We do have to clone here, right? Yeah, because otherwise we're moving out. Yeah, okay. 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 And so we do connections, web data, dash map U64 U8. Turbofish syntax is dumb. I don't know. Don't hate on the turbofish. I do think there's a better way of doing this. Like, I don't think we need a dash map just for this, like, super simple mapping. Because it's really just a map from a U64 to... Well, Kami probably atomic. Yeah, let's do a U17, yeah. It is, Roger. It is, yes. I am mostly focusing on the server because, like, you know, I'm here for the Rust, but I'm also doing the front end just to be able to test it. How about this? Let's... No. Connections? Entry. User ID. Or default. Let user connections equal this. If this is 0. Roger, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Does Rust have plus equal? I keep forgetting. Yeah, they do. Okay. Right, it's prefix and postfix that they don't have. Right. Okay. Okay, and then we do the same thing here. And then we do the same check here if user connections is 0 here. And ideally we could do this with atomics rather than needing like a locking map, but I don't exactly know what data structure we would use for that. I mean, I guess it depends on your definition. When it comes to programming, I'm definitely smart. Moot. Oh, and here we need to... Why, oh, this also needs to be mute. And then here we drop user connections. And then this down here should be happy. Yes, good, perfect. And this we just... Oh, we don't need this at all. Cool. So we saved this too, that's awesome. That is extra nice. Okay. So we removed a dash map by adding another. Okay, I'm gonna be right back, and then I'm gonna give Grumpy Pete a treat, and then we'll see whether we can kill a few more maps, ideally without having to add more. BRB. Hello. Hey, Grumpy Pete. Hey, Grumpy. How are you, little fish? Hello, goldfish. I'm here, little goldfish. You're so... Oh, crap. Know that you're so pretty. Know that. Hi, Grammy. Have a treat. Oh, here he is. That's a happy fish. That's a happy fish. That's a good fish. So good. So good. Hello. How can you have an atomic U64 as a struct? It might be wrapper transparent. As there's a lot of magic happening here for sure. Oh, there's some. Oh, it's a macro. Okay, so this is clearly, there's a lot happening here. There's a lot of unsafe happening here. Microsoft to launch data center region in Austria. Announced alongside the Austrian State Secretary? Why do people care so much? That seems so strange. Why does the State Secretary care about a Microsoft data center? Because backroom deals, you may be right. Look at me, I'm creating good tech jobs. Yeah, maybe. Alright, let's see whether we can kill any more of these maps. Pete. Okay, so the groups are a dash sent, that makes sense. This one we definitely need, I think. At least with how things are... Oh, so this is like a two-way mapping right now. Do we actually need the groups for the user like this? Probably, right? Yeah, because we need to be able... I think it needs to be a two-way mapping. Because otherwise, how would we be able to easily determine which groups the user is in, which we need for authorization, all sorts of things. I mean, these here could in theory be one map. Like this enum which I've had for so long and never used. I don't know whether that's better. How do we currently store the friends anyway? Source, target accepted. Is it added to both of them? It does, okay. Why are you unhappy? Oh, whatever. Can I just fix all of these? No, of course not. Why would I be able to? Hello, Jeff. How are you doing? I mean, these three could be condensed into one map, so... I guess for the purposes of migrating to another map library, we can consider them one map, depending on what's easier. Oh, so that's why, because they can store European citizen data on US sites. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I wonder, hold on, I just had an idea. Does Thingy, Flume, have any kind of, like, filter for its receiver? For its receiver... Doesn't really look like it. So there's a trade-off, like do I make like fewer channels and like filter when consuming? Or do I just make like more channels? Vestev, thank you for the follow. How are you? Oh, this one's a hash set, actually. I guess the ones that are like, I see. Kind of. There is some HTTP server stuff in there. It is a chat server, which does, you know, rely on HTTP and WebSockets and stuff like that, but there's a lot of state keeping, a lot of, syncing, you know, it's distributed, so there is a lot of non-HTTP logic. And this one we purely use for... I mean, we only use that for... Where do we use that? Here. Yeah, we only use that here. Well, thank you, Vesda. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, so this one also needs to be, Yeah, so this is like the other part of this two-way mapping here. That makes sense. Oh, Daisy. Cute little Daisy. I do! I registered a domain name a few days ago. So we have the users by name. This one I think we can... This one we should be able to get rid of. I think I want to do that. What is the domain name? I will let you know in time. I do want to get rid of this one. What's the best way of doing that? Because Because it's only used for like login and sign up, which will be moved out of the Rust stuff anyway. I guess probably just like interact directly with the database, right? I think let's do that. Let's make this resemble a little more what it will look like. Once it's moved to another web app. I think I explained it as well as I can for now, Roger. The thing is, I don't think there's like any combination of words I can use here that will immediately make you understand the Rust memory management model. Because it is like the one thing that makes it have a steep learning curve. Because it's like something you need to like encounter over and over for a little bit and like realize the differences from what you already know. I did mention like, you know, the fact that like every bit of memory is owned by a function, a struct, you know, something. And there are borrows, which are temporary grants of access to them. There's mutable borrows. There's things that help you at runtime work around the limitations of that. But it's not really something I can... It is something you have to use and think about for a bit to really have it click for you. Hey, Lily. And yes, I do, Pashley, I do. Which also means we no longer even want to store the password here. No, I appreciate that. Like, it is one like, it used to be more, but it is one channel point now to just kind of, like, encourage people to ask questions and ask me to explain things. And I love explaining things, but it's just, this thing in particular, I've explained to you as well as I can. It is no wonder that you don't understand it after that explanation, because it's weird, you know? When you first encounter the Rust memory model, it's weird. You need to deal with it and hate it for a little bit until it finally clicks, and then you're suddenly like, oh my god, this is the coolest thing ever. Okay, and here for now we just exclude the... I mean, we just drop this, right? Yeah, and so down here, this literally just turns into a... Do I need entry for an optional insert? I think so. Yeah, I do. Entry or insert. There, that's what we need. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. No, I feel like that's like almost unavoidable. That like when you first start getting into Rust, you keep trying to apply what you already know about programming languages to it, and it makes it harder at first, but eventually the differences click and it'll just start making so much sense. There, this is what we really want. I don't think the lifetimes are that hard. It's just specifically like the even understanding how bull rows differ from references. It's not weird once you've understood it, but first understanding it is weird. can keep this public for now. To do make private once auth is extracted out. Select ID from users, where name and password here. Auth, user ID, and auth password. Execute state DB. No, not execute. How do I get values again? Skulks. Fetch one. Oh, error. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Fetch one. And in this case, we don't want to unwrap. We want to do map not found. No, unauthorized. Hello Kira X-Trade, how are you? What do we recommend to learn in this era without using AI? Well, what are you trying to learn? Kind of same as before, yeah. It takes time to get used to it. If you come from C, probably you'll get it more easily. In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. Definitely in terms of like understanding the low-level stuff more, but it is also very different. The memory management is from Rust. Ow. Why are you unhappy? Oh yeah, that's it. That's literally it. This is literally it. Can I specify the... What do I do with this? What is this anyway? You are an SQLite row. Whatever. Let ID equal row. Oh, question mark. Get user ID, right? Import. U64. You see, I have 64 gigabytes of RAM. So the time when I upgraded was when I was required to start using more AI by work, and so I had to have both Cursor and IntelliJ open at the same time. And then it just started kind of getting annoying with 32 gigabytes at times. Hello, Raghav. I don't have a LinkedIn, no. forced as in, like, you know, just kind of expected everyone to use cursor for a bit, and I mean, the tab autocomplete is fine, I would say. It was not like, you know, I was never forced to use like Gen AI or anything like that, but it was just like, you know, hey, we're paying for this license, so at least try it out. Which, like, you know, is a fair thing to expect, to like try something out at least. And I did find that for, like, you know, React frontend boilerplatey as it is, having cursor autocomplete actually sped things up quite a bit. Like, I don't hate AI autocomplete. It's Gen AI that I'm not a fan of. Same as before, but you had an experience as a front-end developer. But nowadays you're using only AI to help not coding from scratch. Wait, what do you mean by not coding from scratch? Oh, you mean like using AI, not coding from... Okay, I get it now, yeah. So, what specifically do you want to learn? Yeah, the fishies. Raghav, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. This should not be here. A data username. Fetch optional. If row is sum. Also, this here needs to be an unwrap. You don't like autocomplete suggestions? It stops you from actually trying to make your code unique. But like, why does your code have to be unique? Ref. Yeah. And then we also want to insert into the database. I mean, I have that here in state. No. Give that back to me from here. Yeah, give this to me. And then this here no longer has the password. Yeah, we need the ID, exactly. So your ID. Data name. And data password. State DB. ID. And no password. Make these references. Or this one at least. And refresh. What has my career path been like so far? Well, I got into programming first when I was 12, and like I very quickly knew that it was what I wanted to do for a job. I had one job that was something else, just kind of like, you know, support. Then I ended up getting into like a local software development company. I was there for a few years. But it was like on-site, and I just hated commuting so much, and I just knew I wanted to work remotely, so I tried out some remote opportunities. went back and forth for a bit, and now I've been working for an American company for 4.5 years now. You want to learn full stack development, actually. So, and currently you're like mostly front end, so like your focus now would be on back end, correct? Alright, so that means we now have successfully removed a map from the state, which is good. So, do you have a preference which backend language you want to learn? It's Daisy, she's so pretty. What's a pretty Daisy? Three to 6 minutes. But that has to be like Gen AI, not autocomplete, right? Okay, so we have users, we have groups. Channels also make sense, I think. In theory, we could merge these two. Can we put that into practice somehow? No, that's I think that's actually what I would say. That is actually what I would have suggested. Since you're already familiar with JavaScript, I think starting with Node is an excellent choice. So I think just my suggestion for you to start learning backend would be take an existing front-end project you have and just start building a simple backend for it. It's Daisy. It's Daisy. What's a pretty... Daisy. Daisy. Of course, Kira. Of course. And if you need any help with that, you just let me know. I've done a lot of stuff with Node, and there's like, you know, I can help you. A lot of people here are super willing to help. Hello, Suyash. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? So, Lily and anyone else who's like really smart about Rust. If I just need a map of atomic integers, is there something more efficient to use than a dash map of... Like, I need a map of atomic integers, and this is like the best thing I could come up with for now is like a dash map of integers. But I really just need like atomic integers assigned to a certain key. Don't tell me to stop thinking about efficiency. I'm writing Rust. If I didn't want to think about efficiency, I would be writing this in fucking TypeScript. Hello, 25 bits long. How are you? no, you would have to... That wouldn't be sync though, Armalis. You would have to put that behind a log. I believe. Unless... Hold on. Does Atomic... Wait. Does Atomic use 64? That... Okay, doesn't need to be mutable. Oh, I thought it needed to be mutable. Why not Zig? Because it's not as mature as Rust. I want to try Zig sometime. It just doesn't feel nearly as mature. No, you're right, Armalis. You're right. Oh. Oh, inserting, deleting key value pairs. But what if I need to do that? That means I would still have to put it behind an RW log, right? I don't think we want to clone the entire map. How would you define their goals, Lily? Well, it depends on what you mean by cool kids in that context, Eigentourist. I do think that if you just need, like, you know, a backend, then Node is a great choice. One of the little-known causes of the collapse of the Roman Empire was that lacking 0, they had nowhere to terminate their C strings. That's not true. Once you have 5, it turns into D. Ah, Roman numeral joke. So these could, in theory, be merged into one map. And I mean, this here... This can be a hash map, no? Oh, no, no. No, it is used across threads. No. Okay. No, once you have 5 Cs, they turn into D. You said there's no way to terminate C strings, but once you have a string of 5 Cs, it turns into D. Technically, once you have a string of 4 Cs, it turns into CD. Ah. D and so C in Roman numerals is 100, D is 500. So it goes C, CC, CCC, CD, D. Roman numerals, hell yeah. Thank you, thank you. Zig is meant to be more drop-in than Rust is. It's like an upgraded C. Oh, really? But it's not syntax compatible with C, is it? This is correct, 10 C's are M, yeah. And I don't think they had anything larger than M. So I guess they never thought in units above like a few thousand. Imagine you need to express 100,000, you're just going like, Why would you ever need more than M? I guess they were too simple-minded to ever think about like 10,000 or more. Yeah, I guess they didn't have millionaires. Yeah, so Sega's just not really, like, very mature yet. I think it'll be a lot more interesting to look at once it is, like, has reached a stable version. $37 dogs? I don't get that one. I feel like there is gonna be a better way to express this. I don't think this should have to be a dash map. Worst case, you just keep writing until you have enough, yeah. Aw, Buttercup, he's so pretty. Alright, so do we want to try to... Do we want to try out EvMap? Is it a good choice? Maybe we just start on it and see where it takes us. I wonder how we would do this then, the sender and receiver thing. Because it did save as a map, but I'm not sure how well that would work with something like EvMap. I need to, I think, look into this a bit more because I don't fully understand how it works yet. Wait, what's dog database? It stores the dog's number as in the database? That's fucked up. And I guess because like 38 would be XXXVIII, that's too long. Alright, let's look at the actual example. That's probably gonna tell us more. So this is the key, this is the value. Okay, that makes sense. Right, and it's a multi-value map, okay. And like I said, I think this is why I ended up writing a custom implementation of left-right, because I wanted to be more efficient and not have to have the vector for each of them. Yeah, Rust is good. Rust is very good. Okay. Starting to make a little more sense to me. To get Rust, you need to first install iron and then wait. It helps if you add water. And so would I still then store structs, or... Because the value needs to be shallow copy. But why does it need to be copy for this? I don't understand this one. Oh, you use arc, okay. Right, and that means we absolutely cannot have interior mutability then. Because right now we do have quite a bit of interior mutability and we can't have that then. I mean, I just don't understand why this is manually dropped though. Because this copies the value but then marks it as manually drop, and it says it will be silently leaked. But like, how is this here even unsafe? Yeah, frickin' dihydrogen monoxide. So dangerous. Okay, so basically in order to use that, we would need to get rid of all interior mutability we have. Well, yeah, but that's basically what this does though, right? I don't really understand why this here is okay. That's why it's manually dropped to avoid mem-free the first time you drop the box. But like here, like this, is this a copy or is this, like this is a copy, right? Like how is it okay to make a copy and then mark that copy as manually dropped? That seems wrong to me. Because like this isn't even a shallow copy, this is just a copy, right? Yeah, but I'm specifically talking about the example. I'm saying, if it is copy, then the value here would be copied but then never dropped. That's my point. I'm talking specifically about the example. Because this deref would copy the value, but then where would it get dropped? But it won't because it's manually dropped, right? Because it's copy. Do you know what I mean? Like, it will be dropped once, but there are multiple instances of it. So how is it okay to only drop one? Well, what does mem-forget actually do? Does that still remove the memory? Oh! Oh, it only doesn't run the destructor. So it does still... Oh, so it only doesn't run... It doesn't run drop, but it still deallocates the memory. Okay. That makes more sense then. I thought what manually drop meant was that the memory just gets leaked. But you know, this is confusing then. It says it will be leaked with mem-forget. But I guess in this case, like, you know, not calling drop doesn't mean leaking the memory. So the usage of leaked here is confusing, to me at least. But as long as the memory doesn't get leaked in that case, I suppose I do understand it. It will leak the heap memory, but not the stack memory. And because it's copy, this is actually stack... Like, this here is stack memory, not heap memory, correct? And that's like, you know, that's... The actual, like, point of this is... Stack memory is impossible to leak. I don't know that. But so this here, because it's copy, is stack memory. If I'm understanding it correctly, but I think it is. You're selling your PC and buying a Mac again. You missed iOS. Honestly, if it means you're gonna do what you enjoy, I'm all for it. Okay, but so if this here does not mean memory gets leaked, then I do understand it. Copy actually means there is a clone implementation that's equivalent to memcopy. Okay, okay. Alright, so learning has occurred. So ideally, we make our structs here all shallow copyable. Which really just like mostly applies to like strings and such. Yeah, so like all of we basically want these structs to all be copy or just okay, I'm starting to understand. So basically the values stored in these maps should be copied or close to it. Copy or close to it. Because then copying them is cheap. Clone is something. I'm not sure that's a sound as whole. Like, I don't think that a type being copy implies that clone is the same thing as copy. But it's of course something you probably shouldn't do because it is a source of confusion. So the question then becomes... Right. You can also use an arc. Okay. Okay. Wait, box implements it? What exactly is box? Oh, that just moves it onto the heap. Okay. Okay, I see. I guess box is probably like the best thing to use there then if you need to do that. Oh, copy. Well, yeah, that makes sense that copy implies clone, yeah. That actually makes a lot of sense. Okay. I'm starting to kind of understand. Hello, Edwin. I'm doing well. Breaking my brain a little bit right now with evmap and how to use it, but I think it's gonna be... Once we figure out how this is supposed to work, this is gonna be really cool. Is that really a one-to-one mapping, or Malice? Or are there like specific sets don't map exactly? Hello, Phoenix. How are you? Okay, so all of these basically, like, we want to move all of these maps out of the structs. That's like the first thing that we want to do to... like the first step in the right direction. So let's do that. Let's put this here. Do group members. Group BEMs. Oh, hold on. Right. That's okay. That's okay. We're gonna do as follows. We're gonna do as follows. Oh, I'm proud of you, Phoenix. That's awesome. How long have you been streaming for? So this needs to be... I think I just want to make a new branch for this. What branch am I on right now, anyway? I haven't committed in ages. I think we can just do a... generic commit. Oh, it's a great achievement then, Phoenix. That's awesome. I love to hear that you're happy. Nuno, thank you for the raid. Hello. How was your stream? Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Peek and Flow. Shout out. Hi, Nuno. Hi, Nuno's friends. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. We are about to embark on a bigger exploratory refactor. Doing a bit of Rust coding because Rust is wonderful. We're just gonna make a branch here and see how this goes for us. How about we do a cargo add evmap? And we just start by converting... Well, let's start by moving this here out of the group. So this is group members. Wait, so wait, if we create an fmember, we get a read handle and a write handle, right? Right, okay. Psycho CFH, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. So this actually needs to just return like doesn't assembling your dash maps into a bigger dash map increase log contention? It does. It is definitely not something that you like it was never planned as like a long-term solution. It was basically just so I didn't have to deal with, like, you know, nested vex inside of the maps. So this then becomes read handle, right? U64... U64, yeah. And so that means we basically need to split out the writer and the reader. Into entirely separate structs, I think. Actually, think it can be owned by... Right, so right now, to keep it simple, it can just be owned by... It can be owned by this closure. Random Martin, I'm assuming. Thank you for the follow. How are you? So... We're just gonna make like a little temporary struct to store our writers in. We're gonna do struct writer. And then we're just gonna copy this into here and say right handle. Perfect assumption. Happy to hear it. And happy to hear you doing good. No, I don't, because it's this is only used in a single thread. That's the whole point, that it doesn't need to be a mutex. So, let group members evmap new output it here. Oh, this is hold on. Group members R, group members W. Can you initialize it with a certain... No, you can. That's fine. That is fine. And then we do let writer group members W. And the... You now take the writer too. Probably I will end up making my own data structures based on left-right again, but I think it's easier if we start out doing evmap and then getting ever more specific. So this one becomes, oh yeah, so then this one becomes state group members. And then I just do iter. And then flat map? No. Iter flatten. Copied. Collect. Well, that's real nice. That's nicer than before. Tesla Flame, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Look how nice that is. Iter, flatten, copied, collect. I fucking love Rust. That is just nice. That here is just, oh, look how nice. Oh. I mean, in this case, we want it to be multi-value. I'm using it now specifically for the things that are multi-value. This one becomes group members W. A mute. Insert group ID, user ID. Oh, how nice is that? How nice is that? Hell yeah. Okay, so the writer now has to be mutable, I believe. I don't think we're able to do a writer dot group members insert. Yeah, it needs to be mutable. That's fine. We can mutably borrow it. We're allowed to do that. We're allowed to do that. At least so far, no one's complaining. Thank you, Edwin. Hi, Kinslayer. Okay. Making progress, making good progress. You're unhappy because this needs to be group ID. Same thing here. Writer, group members, remove. Oh, remove group ID, user ID. Nice! You've always pronounced it EV map in your head? I was considering that, but since it's like the EV's for eventual, I feel like it makes more sense to pronounce it evmap, but doesn't matter, right? In self group members. Wait, we don't even need that, do we? Do we? Isn't there literally a group send message? Yeah, there is. Oh, that's why we're doing this, because we're sending customized messages to everyone. That's fine. That's fine. Updates? Question mark? What does that mean? This is a stand-up meeting? I don't think so. Are you unhappy? Oh, flatten, flatten. Yeah. I'm not doing a stand-up meeting with you. Or with anyone. Cell cannot be... Oh. What? Why are we unhappy? Is read handle not send? It is. So why is it a problem? I don't know what you want from me, typical. You just finished your Hello World? Hell yeah, Roger. Moving up in the world. Let's ask, full Rust compiler what it wants from me. It wants to... Cell cannot be shared. Okay. We're not sharing it between... Yeah, but why does the one sync? Why do you one sync? I'm moving, so it shouldn't need sync, should it? I'm so sniffly. It's a water framework. Svelte is a front-end framework, yeah. But this here isn't Svelte. I don't understand why it needs it to be sync. Yeah, but moving is send, not sync, right? If I remove this, it'll stop complaining. I mean, I don't even need to create the... No, I do. No, I need to clone. I need to clone here because this, otherwise it's moving it out of the function. No, we're not moving a reference. I don't know why it needs to be sync here. Where does the requirement for sync come from? Yeah, it is required to implement send. That makes sense. But like... No, we're moving the actual owned value. Hi Totem, how are you? I mean, I'm assuming the borrow checker is completely right, but I don't understand why... I don't understand why it needs to be sync. You saying T-sync means borrow of T is send. You're sleepy but finally getting to a point where you're somewhat recharged. I kinda need that too, I've been sleeping so badly. Check the definition of sync. Yeah, what actually is sync? What actually is sync? Let's read up on it a little bit. A type is send if it is safe to another thread. A type is sync if it is safe to share between threads. I mean, this is basically what you said. But what I don't understand is why it needs to be sync here. Because we're not sharing anything between threads. Like, we're cloning so that we're not sharing anything. Pup Master, thank you for the follow. How are you? How about Arc? Arc is... Maybe Arc is only send if T is sync. There it is. Arc is only send if T is sync. That's the problem. That, my friends, is the problem. Arc is the problem. Yeah, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Hi, Hip Hop Master, and Tadone, thank you for the follow. Give me 1 second. Hello. Arc is not send if T is not sync, i.e. T is interior mode. Yeah, so the question is why is the read handle not sync? Like, that's the real question, is why can't this be sync? I guess you're not allowed to arc it, you have to clone it. The problem is that web data requires it to be wrapped into an arc. You think you remember why John did this? I mean, it probably makes sense. It's just the problem is that web data requires it to be... You want to prevent you sharing the reader between threads because it's bad? And maybe unsafe for this implementation? Yeah, I get that, I get that. Which there is a chance that would happen here with how it's implemented. Like, it shouldn't be inside of an arc, really. The question is, how do we structure it so it doesn't have to be inside of an arc? Can do something advanced if I have the stomach for it. I have a good stomach. What do I need to do with my stomach? Stuff the reader inside a thread local. What does that mean? No, I never draw. What do I think is the most difficult part of this project? State keeping, probably? Or what we're working on right now, really. Rust thread local. This macro wraps any number of static declarations, but that's only for static, right? I don't think anything static helps us here. It's like kind of web data is the problem here. Key thread make key. I don't think that's what you meant. I mean, realistically, I think we just need like an intermediary solution here, because once everything is using fmap, we can just clone. The problem is that because some things are using dash map, which requires an arc, and some things are using rehandle, which really wants you to clone instead of using an arc, it's kind of a little bit of a catch-22 right now. The solution is removing arc, but that wouldn't work for dash map. And it would kind of suck to have to refactor it all at once. I mean, if we have to, then I guess, but does this even need to be web data? I don't think it does. This can just be... I mean, this can just own logs, right? I feel like that makes more sense. Where does logs come from? Is it created... Oh, it's created outside of here. Oh, I see what's going on here. I'll keep it like this for now. Thinking whether there would be some intermediary compatibility solution. So basically, read handle really doesn't want to be inside of an arc. I guess we just return two structs. I think that's what we do, we return two structs. I mean, it's stupid, but straight up. Just split it up into two structs for now and like gradually move things from the top to the bottom. Here. Why did I choose Svelte? How is Svelte better than React with Electron? Well, Electron has nothing to do with it. Like, you can use Svelte with Electron. Svelte is better than React in every single way. React is garbage. Like, React is just really, 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 really annoying. It just does so many things so stupidly, so inconveniently, so annoyingly. And so... I would never use React for anything in my free time because it's just, the whole pseudo-functional programming nonsense is just incredibly annoying. Exactly, Armaz, yeah, exactly. So we have a reader, which is a, I guess rename it from app state 2 to reader. That's a bit of a better name. Redair. You're welcome. You're welcome. If you want me to be more specific, let me know. I know I kind of gave you a very general answer there. So if you want me to expand on that, let me know. So this now returns a non-arced reader, which can just be cloned. Reader. And so you also have to take a reader. Reader. And so you also have to capture the reader. And the reader therefore has to derive clone. And this becomes reader group members get. Yeah. I mean, I genuinely don't think React is great. I think React is, horrible. Like, I don't think how anyone could prefer it over anything else because it's just... I don't see a single advantage that React has. And, like, you're welcome to disagree with me, and, like, you know, I'm happy to talk about it and argue about it. I'm not, like, stating something as an absolute fact here, but I just don't see how there's anything like good or useful or correct about it. Okay, so this is happy again. And now we need to have some way to make this reader available to Indie Devcast, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. So what's a good way to provide this reader? Can we just insert it as app data? Are we allowed to do this? We are. Okay, that's good. That's really good. Because what this means is we can do, on the request handler, we can do impl request handler. Get reader. Let's do state reader. And do... I guess it needs the request, huh? Ugh. Oh no, we can... Oh, that's simple. We just put it here. State reader. React is your first library for creating UI. What are you making with it? And so reader, do we just clone it? I don't think I want to create a new reader for every... But I have to, no? That's kind of shit. Oh, but it's allowed to be RC. No, it's not allowed to be ARC, but it is allowed to be RC. I think. Because if it was ARC, it would be unhappy, I think. I think if we put an ARC here, it would be very unhappy with us. Why are you okay with that now? Wait, so can I just do web data new here? Why not use Rust for the client side? Because I just don't think it's a good fit for it. like you would have to either use WASM, which is just not good for like either you get zero accessibility or you have to deal with the super slow DOM bridge, and I feel like frontend is like you get so many benefits using like a proper frontend framework, you know? Yeah, but if you use Canvas, you don't get accessibility. Maybe, you might be right, Venix, yeah. Let's see. So let's do the same here. Web data state reader. Reader is state reader. Okay. We can just clone here, right? Then we don't need to, then we can just simplify this to reader state logs. You're unhappy because cannot move out of. Oh. Giraffe? No. Why? No, I have to do this manually. Stupid. It's basically treating the browser as a big texture, and the problem is, like, you know, it's completely, like, unworkable for screen readers. So this becomes reader state reader group ID and user ID. Reader group members get group ID. Or can we do like I'm sure they have like a has or something, right? And where's if map? Too many things open. Close everything. This one. Contains value. Group ID, user ID. Yeah. You think Figma does their frontend like that? I guess specifically Figma wouldn't be particularly usable for like non-seeing users anyway, but the problem is it's just completely impossible to do any kind of screen reader support. So this is handler reader group ID and ID. This needs to be a reference? Yes. Alright, making good progress. Making very good progress. So this needs to be self-reader instead, as do you. And I think we almost have a green build. You are... Right, so you also need to be state reader. So this then becomes self... Get members reader. Oh, it needs both for now, okay. Alright. Yes, all of these need both for now. Because this becomes reader, group members, ID. Flatten. Okay. Hello, Spicy Thunder. How are you? I have a single thread processing new messages. I do. Which is really important because we need to process them in order anyway, which is like the only way to ensure any kind of consistency in this case is that we process things in order. And so it has to be single threaded anyway. I think I just broke something. What is happening? What did I just do? Oh, I switched file. I was so confused. Reader, group members, get, self ID, flatten, copied, collect. Yes, very nice. I love copied. So you also need the reader now? Mm-hmm. You need both now. No? What? Did I do the wrong way around? Oh. What? What is happening? You less unhappy now, please? Thank you. Do I plan to develop broadcasts? Oh, what kind of broadcast are we talking about? Okay, and you now need a reference to the reader as well. Reader. This needs both. Why are you unhappy? Oh. Web data. Oh no, I don't think I'll do any kind of like calls or video or anything like that. I think it'll be mostly limited to like the chat part. I mean, who knows, maybe eventually, but right now I don't have any plans for any kind of voice stuff, just really like messaging. I feel like that one is way more interesting. Does it only need the reader? No, it needs both. Why are you unhappy then? You're not, okay. WebRTC is annoying anyway? Yeah. You need both, okay. Can we simplify this easily to... No. Okay, for this one we'll actually need the... send user data. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, there's a get one. That's useful. That's okay. For now, let's just make it build again. Let's see, do we have a working build? I think we do. We definitely do. Cargo clippy fix. Allow dirty. How far along are we now? We are currently refactoring our state keeping to use evmap over dashmap, which is pretty exciting. Let's just double check that everything is working still properly. And if it is, we will move a few more maps over to evmap. FMAP is super cool. And it's just such a nice memory for me to know that I contributed to it like all those years ago. Let's do client. Oh, Grumpy Pete. Grumpy Pete. I don't remember. I think I was the reason that left-right was created. I think that I worked with John to extract out left-right because I just had more specific requirements than what evmap could provide. And I think I also wrote evmap derive. If I remember correctly. Am I able to connect? No, the server. What? Something's unhappy. Column not found. Oh. ID. Oh yeah, this was like 5 years ago, so don't hold me to that. I don't remember exactly. You're just learning about operator precedence in Python. Hey, we all have to start at some point. Okay, something's not working. I'm not receiving the... Oh, I am. Empty. Why does it return an empty? This interesting. I mean, I said this last time, but he's like actually the person who gave me the idea to stream code, you know? Because before like, you know, interacting with him, I had no idea that like people actually did this, that people streamed code, so... Interacting with him and like, you know, seeing that he used to do it at this point, was what gave me the idea. I don't think he does it anymore. If he like decides to do it again, I would love to like collab with him sometime. That would be like a cool like reuniting. No, I'm not doing any kind of voice chat, not for the longest time. So why does that not... Something here is weird. Let's do a debug IDs and a debug state users. Oh, it doesn't... yeah, well. Derive debug. Does that make you happier? For some reason I always have to like stop it twice. Oh, it works for Amazon, okay. Wait, do the users that request actually not exist? There's a 08, 57, 38. No! Why are these not big-ins? What happened? What happened? Oh, you... I am so glad I have, I mean, do I have a local history for this? Can I just, fuck you! Let me... Text. Thank you. PNPM, you absolute shitter. It threw away my patch. Trying to write a check for that, what do you mean? State means everything in memory. I'm afraid I don't understand the question, sorry. Patches, proto, buff. Hello? Oh. Patches, proto, buff.js, patch. There. Now do a quick PNPMI. Now I should, if I do check here, we should see this error again. No, we don't. That's weird. Why are you being weird? Hello, bad Nintendo. Do I know about copyright laws and infringements? Well, being Nintendo, you surely know more about that than I do. Yeah, but I'm using bigin. The thing is, I have like a patch for this library to use bigin instead of number. The problem is PNPM just threw it away. Hello, Noya. How are you? Can I, hold on, diff name only, head 1. Surely there's the patch version listed in here somewhere. Yeah, you absolute shitter. You absolute shitter, throwing away my patch. What if I PNPMI now? Already up to... You're so... I hate you! Okay, listen. I'm removing node modules. Now install again. Did you patch it correctly now? If it's correct, there needs to be a TypeScript error here. Good, that's what I want. Now, pnpm patch proto-boofius. And you better not throw it away again. Or else I'll throw you away. So, this needs to be array buffer. Don't do it. Don't throw it away. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Why are you shit? Why are you a piece of shit? What's wrong with you? Literally, they had this issue before, they fixed it, and now they reintroduced it. Are you serious? It's so stupid it just throws that away. God. Okay, a new reload from disk. How can I get it to not be a piece of shit? First of all, reinstall. I guess this option is now the default? I don't know. Oh, why are you dumb? Why are you dumb? Doesn't it stand to reason it could throw it away in the future too? I mean, it shouldn't. It shouldn't unless PNPM bug's out. I'm not gonna write code to catch a PNPM bug. I wouldn't do it. Plus, you can only redeem a compliment for yourself, not for someone else. I mean, I guess if it's a person you can, but not for PNPM, because right now it's being a big piece of shit. Does it matter if the patch is committed? I mean, it is. Oh, you mean this here? Yeah, you need to, otherwise it's just, Wait, so if I do src util long bits, is the patch here applied or no? No, it's not! You fucking idiot! Apply the patch! Like if I go here to src util long bits, here it's applied, right? Yeah. Why can't you do it in the other place too? I mean, I wouldn't talk to a person like that. But it's just too stupid to apply it here for some reason. Like, I know I did this better. I know this worked last time. I don't know why it's being too stupid now. Use buff implementation of the JS side. Sorry, I don't know what that means. So is this like just a bug they reintroduced? Let's check the PNPM GitHub. Maybe like someone... I don't know what buff build is, sorry. Oh here, application of existing packages when repatching a package. Yeah, I guess they reintroduced that bug at some point. Yeah, but this doesn't work for me. This is what should happen, but it doesn't happen for me. Like, this here is what should happen when this person is outlining, but it's not what happens. But why not just use big end? Tooth. I don't know, I'll just do it manually, because it's clearly not working properly. Which files do we need to patch? We need to patch... long bits and util minimal. I'll just do that manually. Copy from here to here, and copy from... what? What? I'm blind. Oh, here. From this, no, from this one to this one. And then lastly, in the index TS, we need to add array buffer here. And if we commit it now, it should be less stupid, right? So what's happening? That is more than it should be. Why is it so much more than it should be? What are you doing? What are you doing? Why is there all of this now? Huh? Oh no, did you apply some kind of formatting? Is that what happened? Oh, it's so annoying though. Why can't you not be not annoying? Please, just don't be annoying. I just want to be able to patch my thingy, please. Why must you be like this? Delete the node modules again. Do another PNPMI. Oh, it's another complete protobuf implementation. Interesting. Is it able to use bigint internally? Is what in Spanish? Oh. No, that's just because it's ECMAScript, right? Probably because it's like ES6 or something? Yeah, I'm assuming so. Hmm. I wonder why this happens. So a lot of this is very strange. You know what I'm gonna try is I'm gonna try CPR node modules proto-buff.js node modules pnpm patches. Is that gonna work? Oh yeah, okay. And now we only need to change this thing. Please tell me that finally does what I wanted to. Where's my patch commit? Here. Please work, please work. Okay, that looks much more reasonable. Oh, they use bigint by default? Nice. I'll have a look at it. Because the proto-buff.js library is like, I'm not super happy with it anyway. I mean, you know what? Let's have a look at it right now. Proto-buff S. I'm surprised I haven't found that one previously. So what's buff? Oh. Okay. Buff build buff. I don't want to buff. I definitely don't want to buff CLI, fuck that. Why would I want your weird CLI? And we're gonna try this one out. Let's see whether it's better. Because honestly, proto-buff.js is not it. Finally, a CLI for buff? Is this what the world was waiting for? I didn't realize. Hey Lily, how are you? Create a buff gen. Why would I do that? Fuck you! How is Pete? I think he's pretty good. Would you like me to give him a treat? Yeah, I think I saw that too. Protog Gen ES. I think this is what we need. Here, with Protog, yeah. Let's try it. Let us try it out. Let's just make a Proto 2. Protog. Thank you, Ramos. Proto. ES out here. ES opt targets TS. Chat proto. Let's see what happens. Alright, that was easy. Okay, that looks promising. That looks very promising, actually. Now, let's see. Where are we currently using... Okay, we're only using it in a few places anyway. We're using it here. That doesn't matter here. So how do we import it? It just gets exported directly. Okay. Well, let's just import it from... Oh, I see. What if we do star as chat from chat PB? How unhappy will it be? So I'm assuming it exports, Okay. How does it handle types not being set, I wonder? I guess it just handles the default values automatically. That's kind of convenient. So we don't even need to do this here. Uh-huh. That's convenient. Chat channel. But we don't need this. Very convenient. Don't need this one anymore. So far, it's just better in every way. I think that might be a very good suggestion, Memtooth. So how about the server message? Okay, that's an enum. Server message schema. Is that how you do it? So how do I decode something like that? Surely the documentation will tell us. Decode stream, okay. Well, how do I decode it though? Here, working with messages, serializing. I don't need to deserialize. Comparing. I want deserialization. Stop telling me about the serialization. I want deserialization. What's protobuf? It is a really cool binary format to think of it like JSON but strongly typed and way better. I love Wheatley. Portal 2 is just still the GOAT. Blah 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 blah. Is there like any like nope, no table of content. Writing plugins. Registries. Oh my god, reflection, JSON types. Deseri. Your docs suck. How do I deserialize? There are none. Dude, fucking at least have like a table of contents or something instead of just having like an entire all of this. This is so unreadable. ES stands for ECMAScript RPC. Also, hello RPC. I hope you're doing well. Same old, same old. Why does it matter though? JSON types. And don't need any of that. How do I deserialize a message? I'm here from. Just hit on in Why? Why was that so hard to find? That was so unnecessarily difficult. So, from binary, first the schema, then the bytes. All right. And then we have to, oh god. Okay, so the server message is a, how are you defined? Oh, so this is actually, okay, so this is gonna be way better. Yeah, you can. Pretty much exactly like how you just wrote that. Okay, so this here wants to be a switch now, which is actually good. That's very good. This just turns into user conversation. This just turns into join group. Client message. Captain Chipmunk, I love that name. Thank you for the follow. I hope you are doing wonderful. This needs to be 2 binary then. Chat client message, schema, and message. Why was there an I prefix? Because that's just how protobuf.js did it. Now, before we bother with making this a switch, let's see what its support for gen service. Service desk, okay. What can I do with this? Nothing so far. Proto. So, how is your support for services? Yes, you can define a service. For every service, it generates the schema. Connect ES. What is connect? What? I don't think I need that. Why is that JSON? Why is it JSON? Okay, so it seems like we're gonna have to do more work here to implement the RPC thing. So I guess this then instead needs to take a gen service. So let's see how painful that will be. Service, gen service. Unknown. Yeah, I don't want to do the front end in Rust. I think, I just don't think Rust is a good fit for front end. It just doesn't really make sense in my opinion. And I just put gen service methods here. Okay, it's okay with that. That's good. So basically this then turns into chat groups. Oh, so I guess it does need to be like generic, right? An RPC impl. I mean, these imports just go away entirely, really. Will we have end-to-end encryption? Probably not. I don't know yet, like, definitely, like, encrypt, like, of course it's gonna be, like, encrypted between client and server, but, like, between client and client, probably not. But I don't know. Depends on whether it's fun to make, really, I would say. How does this send work, by the way? Oh, interesting. So you should really be client message, right? That makes more sense. And then we do client message this. And you're unhappy because... Why are you so unhappy? Why are you so unhappy? Why are you so unhappy? So unhappy. Too binary. What if I don't want to use it? Huh? Yeah, but that should be in here. Like, that doesn't matter. This should be what gets passed in. What do you mean dollar type name? What do you want from me? Can you actually show it off in a way that this is so bad. These docs are horrible. What if I just do here? How do I create you? I have to create. That's annoying. So I have to do... That is so dumb. Why do I have to create it? I don't know. I don't know. This one is kind of dumb. Like, if I have to call create on it anyway, then why is it not just a method here? The one-off isn't the problem. What do you mean by toggle? Now I'm complaining about the fact that you have to specify the schema twice for some reason, which is just kind of dumb. Like, if I have to explicitly create the message anyway, then why not just give me a method serialize here? That's just stupid. That seems really, really inconvenient. Having to first create a message and then serialize it using the schema again. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I will get something to drink. See you in a moment. Hello, I am back. Hi, Sally. I just remembered on Marine that you redeemed a Grumpy P treat. So let's give Grumpy P. Hi, Grumpy P. Hi, Grumpy P. Come over here. Come over here. What you doing over there? There he is. There's my little fishy. There's my little goldfishy. My little goldfishy. Rah, 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 rah. You're so special. So special. Special. What a good, what a precious little fish you are. What a precious little grumpy fishy. So precious. Not you, Unmarine did. So what did you mean by toggle for one-off, Memtooth? Hello. Now let's see whether we can type this properly. We're gonna need to... You vibe coded a bash script. You sure you wanna execute that? So... we need to return. This is definitely less convenient than what Protobuf.js did. So what does the script do? So service is going to have methods, yeah. That's really what we need. We need service methods object from entries. Service methods map. Method name. Okay, and then a function. Input. A previous version flattened the one of fields with the keys, but that's not there. Okay, so they removed that. I see. So the input is... I don't know yet. Let's see. We do another fetch of the prefix and the method name. That's still correct? All of this is still correct. The data now becomes create method input to binary. All right. catch, we just do alert, I guess, for now. I guess these will now actually be async methods. So we can actually... Yeah, we can just await here. We can. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. And then... this has to be... from binary... method output. This one. And then we remove all of you. And so now we need to make it generic, because... you are... T extends gen service methods. I think. After I'm done building this and Microsoft buys it to turn into rubbish, what will I do with my millions? Retire and just stream all day. Record. Key of T. No. Key in key of T. Async, I don't know, input T key input promise T key output. That's the correct typing, I think. And then we return. Do a quick format. You're unhappy because... okay, there's still a syntax error. Okay. Your work laptop started dying, so you got a loaner, which meant you lost access to all your scripts. You had to recreate them quickly. What kind of scripts do you need? You tried to salvage the laptop and try to figure out why it was dying. You just fed the system log to Gemini Deep Research. It's surprisingly good at picking out errors. But it's got no complex reasoning skills to figure out if an error actually triggered a system failure or not. But it's great at coming up with good system log thriller novels. So do you know what actually happened? Hello, Saigama. And you're unhappy because... promise message string. But is methods not defined to be... is methods not... what is the point of that? Wait, hold on, what? Why is there method and methods? Why is there method and methods? Okay. But if I do object entries, that's just going to throw away that. Yeah, it's just gonna throw it away anyway. Wait, that's fine. Values, service method. What do you mean any? It's not any. Literally not any. It's either the battery or the CPU. You need simple scripts like chaining a few commands together with some flow control. For, like, what kind of thing are you actually doing with them? I think I'm still not fully understanding the point of the scripts. Key string input is not... Wait, that's not correct. No, this shouldn't be that. Because this is a schema, right? Yeah, so this should be, not the message. This is wrong. This should be... This shouldn't be the schema, no. SRC view folder is just my backup of old stuff. It'll be deleted eventually. I initially evaluated using view for this, but then decided against it, but I just kept it around in case I needed to refer back to it. Gen message. Can I somehow refer to... Well, that's what we need, no? Field. Okay. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's see. Now we copy this over to all of this. So channels moves over to here. You move over to here. If this works, I don't hate it. If this works, I do not hate it. I got to do some, like, pipe magic, so of course I don't hate it. Oh, I got this from Proto above. Huh. Oh, this is also from Protobuff? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, that's unfortunate. Did I really get this from Protobuff? Oh no. I'll keep that one specifically for now. Because I don't want to have to deal with that not being there right now. Remove all the... Just remove this one. Yeah. Now, how unhappy is everything else? What is it? Why is everything so unhappy? Okay, it is less unhappy now. Now, let's check this one. How unhappy are you? You are unhappy because this needs to take... That's strange. Desk field? Why does it need desk field? That's not what I need. Okay, so this isn't correct yet. You want... What do you want? Gen message. Runtime shape. I mean... Maybe we can infer this one somehow. Most people are unhappy on Wednesdays. Why? Run V2. What? Okay, so we definitely don't want this. Maybe we can... Oh, how are we gonna do that? How are we gonna do that? How are we gonna do that? Hump day sounds funny. How about this? How about this? Input would be... I think input for all of this is a... gen message of... yeah. Extends gen message infer input input never. How's that? You happy now? Oh no, are you doing this again? Wait, so wait, what is the type of... What is the type of this then? Message image shape. So this does want a desk message. Gen message. How do I get from a gen message to a desk message? What is a desk message? Does message extend desk message? No. This is so confusing. Why does it have to be like this? Why does it have to be so over-engineered? Wait, so is the schema the desk message? Oh. So really, what we want to do here, is you want to be message init shape. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. We're getting there. Want to spend hump day together? Yeah, that's a pickup line right there. Okay, so groups. So what is actually the output of this then? Res is gen message list groups res. Res. That's definitely not what we need. From binary, what do you return? You return a message shape. Okay. Uh-huh, that's a lot better. That is way better. And then we don't even need to do that at all. Okay, that's nice. That's good. That's good. And then this just needs to be... No. Case get messages value this. Why are you like this? Why does it always want this shit? Thank you, Roger. I don't know why it like always requires you to create messages explicitly. That's so annoying. Is there like any option for this or something? No! Let me slump. Why do I have to have good posture? You saw a plain message generic the remove set key. Plain. Plain. I don't see that. Dual chart. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I don't see plain message. I would really like it if there was a way to like skip this like explicit message creation. JSON types. No, we don't need that. Thank you for being here, Roger. Hope we can chat again soon. Let me know how your Rust journey goes. I am looking forward to hearing more about it. Wait, so then why does that not work? Oh, this needs to, oh, that's so annoying. No, I guess they just make you do that. They just make you serialize everything manually for some reason. or not serialize, but create all these messages explicitly, which is just really dumb. Like, it's not a huge deal for our case because we're not really creating a lot of messages on the front end anyway. But I feel like if you were to use this library in a context where you do create a lot of messages, it would be incredibly annoying. It just also feels really inefficient to do it like that. So I guess this has to be chat. I changed this import to also be chat PB. Chat hello. Why are you being dumb? Oh, star as chat. Get messages rec schema. There. I guess this is what we have to do. Do another format. But it does have some distinct advantages, you know, like the TypeScript support is better. You do have to give them that. Do this and there. Okay, all of these remaining ones are just that one. Yeah. So now it's just a matter of, okay, this is case get users. And then create chat like this, right? Why are you unhappy? Why are you unhappy? Why are you unhappy? Oh, value. Rec. No? Get user schema. Okay. And now it's just a matter of making this here into a switch. So this becomes switch eData. No. No. Case hello. Go came. No, it's probably not how it's pronounced. Is that Turkish? Is it Goka e Buruj? I don't know. Sorry. You're gonna have to tell me how it's pronounced. I did my best. I don't think it's pronounced English though. It looks like Turkish or similar. And so this entire thing then moves into here. And this turns into value. And And then we break. And then this entire thing actually gets simpler because we no longer need to test here. We can just do JSON value friends. Yoke Baruch. Is that correct? So we can remove a whole bunch of ifs here, which is nice. And then maybe have a little regex to help us with this. How about we do Yoke Baruch. How's that? Bad pattern. You're supposed to fix the pattern for me. Oh, you dummy. You dummy. Why are you such a dummy? Plus here. Why are you unhappy? Why are you unhappy, huh? Oh, because you're looking for in the... Oh no. What you mean no results? Huh? There we go, okay. Why? I don't get it. What are you doing? Can I run the code? I can soon. I need to finish up this refactor, then I'll run it ATAC. Also, hello. How are you doing? I'm trying to get regex to cooperate right now, but it's not wanting to. Why can't I select the brace here? What are you doing? Hello? I would like to have a cursor. I would like... Oh my god, what are you doing? Okay, here we go. Okay, making progress. And now this we just want to convert into a case $1, $2, break. Not gonna be perfect, but it's gonna make it simpler. Let me actually add another new line there. So this needs to be case message, case group joined. These braces need to move in here. My regex was kind of fucked up, but it still saves a bit of time. Friend added, friend removed, all of this. Channel, users. We can remove most of these if statements then. Deleted. Brace here. Roll, conversation closed. And then we need to close the switch. Okay. Something is still unhappy. Or does it turn unhappy? It turns unhappy. Here. One of these braces needs to be here. I think now we can format. Yes, good. How are you doing, by the way, Attack? I hope you're having a good day. So this turns into value. And this also turns into value. We can also do a quick replace of JSON. Do a dollar like this, yeah. And that makes it a lot simpler. There. Remove all of these empty lines. Still all good, that's all good. Interesting that this one specifically can be... I mean, I guess that makes sense, yeah. If JSON value channel... Regex is still like MJ's moonwalked. Yeah. That's a cute way of putting it. It's definitely a bit of a crazy syntax, but I think that's in part why I enjoy it so much. Oh, can I make this? This needs to be message init shape. Do I need user? Huh? What do you mean? Does it need to be the schema? Type of user schema, maybe? Okay, now it's happy. So annoying. The message types are really annoying in this one. Though I guess in this case, I mean, we don't even need that, right? I mean, we can even just do this. And then we are allowed to just do chat user here. Which fish is the least famous? I think they're all famous. Alright, but this is kind of nice. This is kind of nice. Don't need this one anymore either. Can remove like a lot of ifs here, really. This one can go away. This one can go away. This one... all of them, really. Ooh, Buttercup. Buttercup, so cute. Buttercup, so cute. Okay, let's see whether we can run it. Let's see how completely broken everything is now. I'd say it's not broken at all. I'd say it's very not broken. So here, ATAC, behold the chat application. The client maybe not the prettiest thing in the world, but okay, so this isn't working yet. So sending isn't working yet. Create is not a function. Interesting. Well, let's see. Console log service method. Let's see what we get here. That sounds to me like it should be there. Let's also log out the prefix. For messages we have create, edit, and delete, and create has the name create, so that sounds to me like it should work. That's weird. Here. Log out the API. Wait, why is it uppercase? Wait, how does it get turned uppercase? Hold on. Excuse me. Why is it uppercase? What happens? That wasn't uppercase here. Oh, it is. I guess we need a local name, huh? Does that work? Test. Hello, it works. Excellent. Alright, so this library is definitely weird, but I think it's still better than what we had before. Garbage collector, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. It is time to give Buttercup her treat. Little Buttercup. Little Buttercup. Wash my hands. Buttercup. 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 Here, little butter. Butter, butter. Come here, come to. Daisy. So pretty. Hold you a little bit. Buttercup. Fishy. You're such a fishy. Put little gold. Put little goldfish. Hello. But looking at the time, unfortunately, it is time to stop for now. This has been a very fun day full of refactoring, and thank you all so much for being here and spending time with me for it. If you haven't yet, I would appreciate you leaving a follow so we can chat again next time. Also, make sure to check out some of these links. Check out the YouTube because I actually post stuff through there too. And also, let me know whom you would like to raid. Whom shall we raid? Sure. If he is streaming again, then we can do that. He's BRB right now. Let's see, is anyone else streaming right now? Not a lot of people streaming right now. I mean, by the time we get there, the ad break will surely be over, right? Surely. Cope. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna start the raid. And I'm sure he'll still be happy about us going there. Thank you all again so much for your company, friends. Thank you for being wonderful and spending time with me, and I will see you again tomorrow. I hope you have a lovely rest of your Wednesday. I love you all, and see you soon. Bye-bye!